Well, hello and good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. Welcome to the beautiful Okokoyo in Namibia. We are off to a great start with some zebras. But my name is Lisa. I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day, and looking forward to what we might see today. Just as a heads up, we are experiencing some rain in some of our other locations, so you may or may not hear my voice a lot today. But we'll have to see. Just like everything else, we never know what's going to happen. But what a beautiful start we are having with these beautiful zebras. And I suspect we'll probably get a lot more activity in terms of them. Hopefully some oryxes, springbok, wildebeest. And of course, I'm always holding my breath for the big grey animals. But we shall see. But remember, this is a live and interactive experience. This is literally just some time we take to spend with nature, observe the animals' behaviors, watch the interactions. And of course, I can't do that by myself. We are always in need of your questions and comments and suggestions, so please do get in touch with us. We love and appreciate hearing from all of you so much. Now, I can't really make my mind up about the weather today in Okokoyo. It seems a little bit gloomy, however there are blue skies. But speaking of which, let's take a look at today's weather forecast. -37 degrees Celsius in Okokoyo today. However, Jared did just tell me that we did have some rain in Okokoyo earlier this morning, which is wonderful, but we are always hoping for some more, just for this rain season at least, so the animals can still carry on, have some nutritious food. But it really is incredible when you look at the animals that live here. They don't just live here, they actually survive and thrive out here, and it really is amazing to see them doing so with really so little resources. But just like animals do, they use everything around them, all of the minerals, all of the nutrients. Of course, there are some of them that can actually regurgitate their food. Unfortunately, the zebras are not one of those animals. However, the rest of them can actually regurgitate their food, get as much nutrients as possible. But I'm really wondering when this water hole will get filled, or if the conservation management will still hold off for a little bit. We shall have to wait and see. Ray J, good morning. So good hearing from you. Morning. I hope you are doing well. And I hope the rest of you are also having a fantastic Tuesday. I cannot believe we are already at the end of February. It seems like just yesterday it was Christmas, and now we're already going into the third month of the year. Is that not actually just frightening how quickly time goes by? Rather rude to just come for such a quick drink and then just take off. Goodness. That's alright. I do suspect it will get rather hot and humid today, and hopefully the animals will come for a drink, come to cool off. We shall have to wait and see, but you never know. As I say, this water level here is already frighteningly low, and I expect that is the case with a lot of the other water holes in the actual park as well. So we'll just have to be patient. Of course, we've got our eyes on the Djuma Dam cam as well, so I will definitely keep you informed. For those of you that did join us on Sunrise Safari, I'm sure you saw that the croc and the hippo and some birds are still around, so we'll definitely see if we can catch up with them today as well. But as I say, please do send us your questions and comments. I always joke and say that this really is an informal Ask Me Anything. I'm sure many of you are familiar with our Ask Me Anything sessions we have with the naturalists. But on Escape to Nature, we really just take some time just to appreciate everything out here. We are not constantly looking for the big and the impressive animals, having a lot of action around us. We really just take some time to tune into nature and literally just escape. It's a good old therapy session. But in that time, you're more than welcome to ask us anything about the animals, about the locations, about us personally. We love hearing from you. There's actually still some faint calling from the European rollers. Oh, not the European rollers, the bee eaters. And of course, we've been seeing with the Abdom stork activity that they have still been coming down, flocking together, and then literally just freaking us out at the waterhole, standing around like a bunch of weirdos. But that too is an indication that hopefully rain season is not completely over for Okukoyo. So we will just have to be very patient and see. But it seems like it is now a little bit calmer. I think let us go over to Djuma and see what's happening at Gowrie Dam. Now, as I said, for those of you that were with us for Sunrise Safari, Lauren had the grey heron here, the green-backed heron, as well as the crocodile and the hippo. So it really is rather busy here this morning already. Now this one is the grey heron, significantly bigger than the green-backed heron. However, between the two, in terms of watching them and observing them, I actually prefer... I don't know if I should say that, because now I'm wondering. But generally, I like watching the green-backed heron, because they are not as common as the grey-backed. However, this one seems to still be waking up, cleaning and preening the feathers. And then, as we know, they go into the water, walk around the edges, and look for some fish. And we've had some phenomenal grey heron sightings here at Gowrie Dam of consecutive hunting. You know, within a few minutes, we saw one that caught, I think, about 7 tilapias. So always wonderful seeing them. But of course, in southern Africa, you find various herons. You've got the green-backed, the grey heron, the Goliath heron, which is my favorite, the purple heron, the black-headed heron. So there really are so many of them. And if you are not a birder, I really will encourage you to become one, because I always say, when there's no mammals around, there's always birds around. Whether it's a fishing bird, a big bird, a small bird, a common bird, they really are phenomenal to watch. And specifically to research as well. For those of you that do have bird apps or bird books, I'm sure you'll agree with me. They are really interesting when it comes to different plumages they get in the breeding season, from juvenile to adult. But of course, this one in particular, I think is very fascinating due to the fact that they are such successful hunters. Fiona, you would like to know how many birds I've got on my bird list. You see, this is a tricky thing because I don't know why, but I've never counted the birds. I do mark them off when I see them in my bush Bible. But to be honest with you, I don't have an actual, and the funny thing is you can actually track your bird sightings on the bird apps. But I don't know, I've never done that. I don't know why. But Fiona, if I had to guesstimate, probably 250-ish, I would say. And again, that's a guess, a very, very rough guess. There are still a lot of birds that I have to see. However, I'm very proud to say that I have actually seen an African finfoot. I've only seen it twice in my life, but I have been lucky to see that. But there are still a lot of birds that I want to see. I particularly enjoy vultures. I find them very fascinating. And of course, they are the recyclers of the bush. But even with vultures, there are so many that I still want to see. The Egyptian vulture, the palm nut vulture. It would be great to see them for myself in real life. But of course, if it happens on one of the dam cams, that is perfectly fine. Just want to have a look. See, I thought I saw something here. But apparently I did not. But I think let's have a look-see around, see what Dewey is up to, see if we can spot the croc, and what else is happening at the lovely Gowrie Dam. Miss Shelley, good morning. So good to hear from you as well. Oh, I'm so sorry that you'll never get to go on safari, but that really is the most incredible thing I find as well about Wild Earth and what we do. We don't get to just entertain everyone and of course get to entertain ourselves as well. But we simultaneously are able to get new experiences every single day, learn from them, learn from the different animals that we see and their behaviors. So I'm so thankful that you are enjoying us, Michelle. And all of you as well. Thank you so much. I know I often say this, but thank you so much. It really is wonderful that we get to do this virtually. I actually had a good giggle yesterday because my better half had a virtual interview. And it was very, very nice, actually. They asked him about his personal life as well and what I do. And he, for the life of me, could not remember, the word game ranger and virtually. And I had the biggest giggle because I was in the other room and eventually I had to shout, "Virtual game ranger!" And he was like, "Oh, yes, virtual. Sorry, I was going to say digital, but, same thing." And it really is so incredible that we get to watch all of these animals live. we are not disturbing them. Luckily, they can't hear my silly voice. For I think Dewey would have taken off long ago if he was able to hear me. But hippos are definitely one of my favorite to observe on safari. I remember I had a guest, Karen, and she just wanted to see hippos. Yes, she enjoyed the lions and the giraffes and the zebras and the impalas and the elephants. But when we came to a waterhole, we had to sit there for at least half an hour. We even at one stage, because she was the only guest I had at that time on the vehicle, we eventually just had sundowners in the vehicle because she didn't want to go stop somewhere and watch the sun go down. She just wanted to watch the hippos. And her biggest joy was when I was imitating the hippos, you know, the hippo call. And that is literally all she wanted to do on safari, is just watch hippos. And I find it so fascinating that we all have a favorite to some extent. Do we? It was rather fascinating on Sunday afternoon. I was also watching the Djuma Dam Cam. And Dewey got rather close to the crocodile, not in his face, but like in his vicinity. And he was putting up the most hilarious show, constantly showing the teeth and rolling around and, you know, just making sure his presence is announced and known. But that is what hippos do. But it's incredible to think that two massive animals, massively dangerous animals, get to share one waterhole, and they just do it peacefully. But hopefully we'll get to do some birding today. Gowrie Dam is always a good spot for birding. Really any waterhole I found on safari. I remember years ago we also at my previous lodge there was a yearly guest. He came annually and his name was Sir Martin, if I'm not mistaken, but he was a massive birder. He literally did not want to go out in the morning early to track down lions and leopards. He would go generally after safari, or after safari time, he'll have breakfast. And then himself and his ranger would actually just go out and they sit at a waterhole for a good 3 or 4 hours. And the knowledge and the birding list that that gentleman had was jaw-dropping. And he's not from South Africa, he's from the UK. But that has always been his mission. He's just wanted to see the African birds. So hopefully we can get to see some birds today. Marianne, you would like to know how powerful is a hippo's bite. So in terms of the actual numbers, I won't be able to tell you. I've never been good with that. However, I can paint you a picture. So it's actually horrible thinking about it again. But the other day I saw footage of a hippo snapping a lion in half. The lion, it was a female lion. But yes, instantly snapped her spinal cord. And of course she was paralyzed. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Speaking of birdies. But yes, very, very powerful, Mary Ann. You do not want to mess with a hippo. And it's not, people have this conception of, hippos kill so many people in Africa. They eat humans for a living. That is not the case. A hippo is a super territorial animal. The water is where it feels safe. So if you are invading the privacy or the space of a hippo and they do storm out, first of all, they run about 40 kilometers on average if they are really charging something. And second of all, we do know that they have those massive, massive tusks or teeth. And again, it's not that they are predominantly meat eaters or anything. For the most part, they will just scare off or attack whatever is invading their water hole and their territory. But yes, it's if you're not a sensitive viewer and you're open to learning and experiencing and discovering, some footage, definitely go research some brutal moments of hippos with other animals. It really is. But again, that is if you're not a sensitive viewer. It's just scary. I mean, I've been doing this for such a long time, and it never ceases to astonish me the raw power of all of these animals. When we are watching a leopard climb a tree, or an elephant breaking a tree or derooting a tree, just as easy as that. And the same with hippos. When they do that mock yawning, it definitely is very, very interesting and fascinating, and, well, let's be honest, just impressive. Alrighty, I'm going to look for more birds and see what else comes around Gowrie Dam, but for now I'm going to send you over to Madikwe.
Thanks, Lisa. Good luck with your birding there. Hope you come right and see some nice ones. We've got some nice little mammals over here. It's the ground squirrel. Always nice to see a family of ground squirrels busy thriving here. Now their burrow is right in this area where you are looking now. But can be a little bit difficult to see sometimes. But if you look at that little sand of heap over there, that's one of their bolt holes. And it just goes to show how much maintenance these animals actually do in their day. Look how much sand has actually been removed from that bolt hole in that little heap. That just goes to show that they really do work hard. Now it is starting to warm up, and if you see if any of you can figure it out, how ground squirrels like to keep themselves cool and what they do. And if you look carefully at them, you can actually see them doing it. They often had meerkats living with them, and the ground squirrels will, of course, keep the bolt holes nice and open. So in the event that the meerkats needed to run away from danger, they would slip into a bolt hole that has been kept nice and open from a ground squirrel. And they have these awesome tails. Look how cool that tail looks. Very, very soft tails. Here we are, just a little bit on the forage there. They are rodents, so they will eat pretty much anything they can really find, but they do like to eat fruits and a lot of seed material as well. It's one of their favorites. We haven't seen many fruiting plants out here. Hickney, morning. Thanks for your question. So I would say more dry, arid regions is where they occur very well. So in the Kalahari, there was absolutely no shortage of them up there. I would imagine Namibia has also got a fair amount of ground squirrels as well. But now if you go, up into the Kruger National Park or Djuma, Pridelands, anywhere in the Sabi Sands or Timbavati, you don't see ground squirrels out there. It's just too bushy for them. And more the tree squirrel occurring out there. But now here in Madikwe land, it's quite nice that the tree squirrel does occur out here. And the ground squirrels are occupying most of their time, or all of their time on the ground. They do require nice big open areas with preferred shorter grasses, where they can actually see past the grasses. And you can imagine a small little creature like this is going to have so many different types of predators. Mainly aerial raptors are going to hunt ground squirrels. But then, of course, these ground predators that we see from time to time out here, like caracal or African wildcat, if they can grab one, they'll most definitely do it. I would imagine even a leopard would grab a ground squirrel and make a small meal out of it. Now, you'll notice they've actually got a stripe on their side of their body there. It's a very distinct white stripe. So it's what we call disruptive camouflage. So I have seen this before when a pale chanting goshawk does manage to fly overhead and the ground squirrels see the pale chanting goshawk and they can't get to the bolt holes. Sometimes they just lay flat like a pancake on the ground, and those stripes that are on either side of their body does help to break their shape, and they can blend in hopefully to the ground, and that predator perhaps doesn't see it. Oh, Victoria, the highest distance a ground squirrel can jump. I wouldn't imagine it's too high. Um, but to give you like an exact centimeter range, I wouldn't be able to. I haven't seen them jump, and I haven't really read up on them on how high they can jump. They're more of hoppers, I would imagine. Look at that tail, just incredible. So their tail is almost the same length as their body, and you'll notice it's very wide, and in some parts of the tail's got a bit of the white underparts to the tail. So I did mention earlier on what you think is a great way for a ground squirrel to cool down. Not getting any feedback on that yet, but I'll give it a bit more time, and then I'll give you the answer. As you can see, not very fast running animals either. So very important that the ground squirrels, they are sure about themselves, that they forage in areas where they know exactly where the bolt holes are. And in the event that danger does arise, that they get to safety underground, which is quite a clever place to be. And be quite nice and safe there. Now they do need to change their den site, if you will, quite frequently, because things like the cobras and so on do go in after them, and they eat on some of the youngsters. And the other day, might have been yesterday during the escape to nature, or the day before, I can't really remember. But while I was talking about something else, I noticed some squeaking sounds on the ground, and I had a look, and there was a snake of sorts. It was a very quick sighting, so I never got to ID it. But a snake was slithering along with a pinky in its mouth, and it could have been a ground squirrel youngster, because we know that Cape cobras, or cobras in general, do go in there. We don't get Cape cobra out here. That's more in the Eastern Cape environment, but I would imagine the Mozambican spitting cobra is out here, and there are definitely black mambas out here.
World Wildlife Day, an opportunity to celebrate all the fauna and flora on our planet. This year's theme is Partners in Conservation. Wild Earth is hosting an event to celebrate the people who are making a difference. Join us on the 3rd and 4th of March as we invite some incredible guests on our live safaris and uplift one another in the effort to help our planet. Wild Earth, let's make it.
Okay, so I think I'm going to reveal the answer. I'm not sure if anybody is going to send any answers in there, but ground squirrels are very clever in the sense of if you have a look at their tail, they have learnt that they can actually use their tail as a cooling mechanism. And the way they do this is when the sun is overhead and it's very, very strong, like it's getting now, the ground squirrels literally lift up their tails and they make a little roof over their heads, creating just a little bit of shade. And out in an environment like Madikwe, it's a big difference between being in the sun and the shade. The sun is incredibly harsh out here, and the animals, they're all going to need to have their own sort of mechanisms for cooling down. Now, ground squirrels, they can feed sometimes at midday even, so you can imagine how hot it must be then. Okay, we're going to watch them a little bit, see what they do and where they go. In the meanwhile, let's go over to Lisa on the Djuma Dam cam. Let's see what she's got there.
Thank you, Andrew. I have found I found the croc. I was busy observing the grey heron, and I saw the croc's head, but again, it's one of those moments where you're not sure, is it a log, is it a rock, is it sludge? And then eventually he started moving, and I got very excited because I thought, perhaps a grey heron for breakfast. But no, that didn't happen, luckily for the heron. But yes, we've got our beautiful crocodile in Djuma at Gowrie Dam. And this is probably also one of the most fascinating animals to watch. I remember my very first reserve that I worked at, there was this one female croc, and she always resided in what we called Kubu Dam. And Kubu actually means hippo. But the thing about the dam wall is it was a massive, massive body of water. So if the dam wall was obscured or blocked by something, you had to drive around the whole waterhole to get to the other side of where you were initially planning to go. And there was a female crocodile that eventually just inhabited that dam wall. She did not want to go on the sides or the banks or the edges of the dam wall or of the dam. That is where she stayed, is on the actual dam wall. And you could do whatever you like. That crocodile would not move for anyone. So I always find them very fascinating, but I'm just trying to figure out, and I've been doing so, for the past few days, if this is a female, if it's a male, because I just find it fascinating that a crocodile is just all of a sudden shown up. And again, animals do move around for water resources, food resources, and particularly in something like a crocodile's case, it would be for mating potential or reproduction purposes. Or if it's a female, she will generally go to another area to lay her eggs if she does in fact have eggs to lay. So it's very, very fascinating. But crocodiles can lie up to 50 to 80 eggs, but unfortunately only about 1 of those eggs, 1 to 5 of those eggs will actually survive and become a huge massive crocodile. The thing is, even before the eggs hatch, if monkeys or baboons or monitor lizards or anything like that discover them, they will feast on them. And also your smaller crocodiles will get caught by birds of prey, such as an eagle or an owl or a lot of the other birds of prey we get to see often on Wild Earth. So it's not always ideal for them, unfortunately. But we do not have too much intel about this crocodile. Also, in terms of aging them can be very difficult. But crocodiles are quite phenomenal when it comes to, much like a tortoise. They can become about 150 years old, sometimes even older. So they really are incredible animals and resilient if you think about it. If you think about when they do actually hunt something and how long that is able to last them, much like other reptiles like snakes, for instance. They have those acidic secretions in their stomach to sort of break down the food over time. And crocodiles the same, they can eat a wildebeest and be fine for weeks and even months if need be. I always think reptiles are really some of the luckier animals out here. Darcy Miller, good morning. So good hearing from you. No, Darcy, not to my knowledge have we named this crocodile yet. I will find out from the Zoomies and the Naturalist if there's been suggestions, but for me personally, I haven't named it yet. Again, I don't know if it's a female or male, so I'm very, very vigilant in taking that first step, but I will find out and have a listen about to see if we've got any suggestions yet. But of course, if you've got any suggestions, you're more than welcome to send them through. I am just anxious to know if it's a female or a male. And if you just look at that, it is incredible how well they can camouflage. I doubt this crocodile will come out today. There's not a lot of sun around for it to actually come out for sunbasking. And the way in which they do this is they'll actually come out, as I said, on a dam wall or on the bank or on the edge of the water, and they'll open their mouth. And, oh, excuse me, just had a frog in my throat. And the heat that then hits the tongue of the mouth, that actually gets spread throughout the whole body, because reptiles are ectothermic. They do not, like mammals, have the ability to regulate their body temperature. So they do have to actually use outer resources to help them to do that. But I doubt it'll come. I'm thinking it's a female. I want it to be a female, but I don't know. I don't know. If it's a female, I would like Lucy. I don't know why that just came to mind. Lucy the crocodile. Of course, she's very loose, she moves around. But we'll have to see. Again, that is, of course, not my executive decision to make, even though I did get to name our Egyptian geese in Okukoyo. Gowrie Dam is shared by many. Just look at that. Now you wouldn't even know there's a crocodile. If you were not on drive right now with binoculars, a magnifying glass, a lot of imagination, and having your eyes peeled, you would definitely not know the crocodile is there right now. I do just want to have a look around. It's always good to just check these sort of areas out as well. You never know what might be lurking about. Since that day that we actually had Marips that was around Gowrie Dam the whole entire day, and we knew something was up. The impalas, the kudus, the nyalas were all alarm calling. And then later the afternoon, the monkeys started as well. And let me actually show you where. But Marips, you'll see there's a fallen over tree here. And Marips had been lying on that, I assume, the whole day. So you'll see it's a little bit obscured by the actual trees, but there is a tree that is broken and lying horizontally. Is that an animal or another tree? It's a stump. The lesser spotted tree stump. But yes, ever since that day, I'm just so open to anywhere they really could be. Not just the leopards, but really all of the animals. And we do have a fresh foam nest tree frog nest here. How wonderful would it be, even if it's not today, but if we do get to actually see it on the Djuma Dam cam. See those tadpoles hatch out of the eggs. Now what happens with these frogs in particular is probably one of my favorite things out on safari in summertime, is different males will copulate with a female frog whilst she's on this tree stump, and whilst that happens, she actually kicks up this sort of foam with her legs, and that is to cover the actual eggs. So in this nest there are actual tadpoles, and once they are ready, obviously they become a little bit too heavy. Bloop! They'll fall straight into water. How incredible is that? Oh, it's one of my favorite things on safari, really. But how amazing would it be, again, even if it's not today, but if we are lucky enough to actually see it on the Djuma Dam cam, see them just falling out of that nest. And it'll be quick. It happens so quick, just like anything else, you know, birth, a kill. It really can happen within seconds. And it's really all about right time, right place. Cameron, you would like to know, what do they use to create this nest? So as I said, it's sort of like a foam that the female whips up with her legs while she's being copulated with, and then that'll actually create that. It's a foam, but then as soon as it hardens, it becomes obviously a little bit more protective, and that is what actually covers the eggs. And obviously they are much like incubation in birds. Right now that nest is protecting the eggs. It's sort of keeping the heat inside. And then once they are ready and well developed, they actually drop from that. But it's an actual foam that is produced by the female. How amazing is that? It really is just astonishing. And I've only been able to see it once in my life. I've never seen the actual dropping of the tadpoles, but I have seen the male and female copulation, and it really is so fascinating. I remember it was a very, very quiet drive, and I said to my guest, all right, let's stop for some coffee, just to wake up and sort of energize ourselves again, get ourselves focused again. And just before we were able to, or supposed to stop at a certain waterhole, my guest just exclaimed, "Stop!" I thought, what's happening? And they literally spotted two of these frogs going at it and creating this nest. Dewey, you are just being very, very lazy today. Taking it easy. I don't blame you. I'm the exact same in this type of weather. Alright, I'm going to have a look to see if our heron is still around, if our crocodile is still around. Leopard lovers, thank you so much for getting in touch with us. You are always up to date with everything. You are saying Lal the Crocodile and Snapple with some suggestions by the Damn Cam chatters. I like that. Lyle and Snapple. That's very interesting. I can definitely go for that. I think once we are able to actually sex the crocodile and see if it's a male or female. But I mean, nowadays anything really is, it can be for both male and female. So many names are. Snapple, that is a very interesting one. Speaking of Snapple or Lyle, here is our crocodile. Still in the same position. I really got so excited earlier on. I know it's horrible to think this way, but it was sort of maneuvering towards the heron, but the heron immediately spotted it. But it's so funny when it is actually on the move. The Egyptian geese, the blacksmith lapwing, they all immediately alarm call. Jacinta, good morning. You are saying Snappy. Oh, I like that as well. Snappy the crocodile. Snap, snap. I like that one too, Jacinta. But keep your suggestions coming. Keep your comments coming. And, of course, your questions. Just want to see, but I highly doubt that this crocodile is going to do anything else. But again, it's so amazing when you look at a lot of animals, zebras, wildebeest, and all of the other animals. It really is so fascinating when you look at some of these animals that have to eat every single day. Even lions, leopards, they on average have to eat around, to sustain a healthy condition. Generally, they eat around every 3 to 4 days. A crocodile, you can literally see it for days on end, not feeding on anything. But that being said, remember, this crocodile in particular now, we have seen that it is very sneaky and it can really hide at times. Plus, even though we've got a dam cam, we don't always see everything. So I definitely think there are times that they do get meals, much like the leopards and the lions and a lot of the birds of prey, and really anything else. There are times that we do not even know about that they do get a snack or two. But as I said, please do send your questions, your comments. Of course, we are live, we are interactive, and we love hearing from you. So if you are watching this on our app or our website, please just register and then you can ask us questions or let me know what you would like me to look for, or really just what you would like to chat about. However, if you are watching some of our other shows on YouTube, please subscribe, and that way we can also notify you of all of the other amazing things that you can observe and check out, just to make sure you don't miss out on anything. Alrighty, Lyle, Snappy, Snapple. We're going to leave you for now, and we're going to see what's happening in Madikwe.
Okay, so we have one of two springbuck over here. And this is the place where we see these two springbuck. I haven't seen them anywhere else on the reserve, although I've only really covered the western part and the northern part. I'm not sure what the southern part is like, but as far as I know, springbuck here is very, very low in numbers, and as far as I'm aware, there is only two springbuck on Madikwe Game Reserve. If that's the case, then here they are in front of us. It is two rams. We know that the cheetah does come out this way, and we know lions also utilize this area quite a bit. So who knows how much longer these springbuck would last. But I do remember when I came here 12 years ago, I also saw a couple of springbuck. Can't be the same animals because then they would be too old. So perhaps they had more, and then the rest of them got hunted out to the point where there's only just a few individuals left. But now, this isn't really the correct area for springbuck. Springbuck really do enjoy, those more hotter, drier conditions. They do very well in areas of Namibia, or the whole of Namibia, and then Kalahari as well. So Madikwe is more for springbuck, for impala, I would say. I mean, we've come across so many different impala groups out here. Not very big herds, medium-sized herds to small herds. And myself and Rian were wondering why that would be, why the impalas, I know this is not impala, but why would the impala be forming those smaller little groups? And we think it's probably got to do with the vegetation out here, that there is cover for the impala, so perhaps they don't feel the need to have larger groups, just have smaller, more manageable groups. And of course, being our national animal in South Africa, yet springbuck aren't really in the southern African part, although historically, before fences and national roads were put up, springbuck would have migrated into southern Africa, or South Africa. And there's an area called the Springbuck Flats, which a big part of the Waterberg makes up a portion of the Springbuck Flats. And the way the books described them was that as far as your eyes could see, would have been springbuck. I think those would have been something interesting to see. As far as your eyes could see would be springbuck in the migration, which would be quite nice. Don't forget that you are able to subscribe and then also send us questions. So we are live and interactive, and I'm sure you all already know that. And you are able to send me questions. You can also tell us about some of your experiences. And if you are watching on the Wild Earth app or website, you can register to ask us those questions. But if you are watching on YouTube, please subscribe, and we can notify you of some of the things that we've seen out on safari. Perhaps you've missed out on that, and you can always catch up. You'll notice there is a lot of white underbelly when it comes to springbuck. Now, in the areas where they occur, I mean, there is a lot of sand and arid land, and so there's going to be a lot of reflection of light, and so that helps them just to bounce some of that heat off their body from the ground, because we know that heat does radiate the ground quite a bit. But one thing you'll notice are those black stripes on their sides over there, which is absent with impala. Now, when springbuck is feeling cold, because in the environments where they live, it is very harsh, very hot summers, very cold winters, and so on. And so for springbuck to warm up, it'll literally lay down on the ground, and that black line that you're seeing does touch the ground, and that'll help to absorb some of the heat from the land. So very well adapted for that. the second one just walking through there. So you do find in areas where springbuck thrive and cheetahs are in the environment as well, that most of a cheetah's diet would consist of springbuck. This is quite a nice sized animal for an animal like a cheetah. Cheetahs being quite a medium size, almost going down to sort of the small cat category, but more in the medium size. Now this is a medium sized antelope and is perfect for an animal like cheetah. Leopard, of course, easy, and lions even easier. There we go, just grazing on the grasses there. Morning, Stacy. Thanks for your contribution there. Stacy, the highest jumping antelope out in the bush is definitely going to be a kudu. Kudus are, I mean, we can describe them to be, jumping up to 3 meters high. But for our brains to fathom that, it's quite difficult. And there is a blue wildebeest just walking at the back there. So I remember when I saw a kudu jump over a fence line once, it's incredible. They don't take a run up. Kudu, they just walk up to the fence, they look up and choop, they're over onto the other side. And then my 3rd or 4th year when I was a guide, I was driving on Game Drive and the bush was very thick and we didn't see a kudu that was hiding in the thicket, and it got a fright by us and it literally jumped over the bonnet of our vehicle. Now the bonnet is that front section of the vehicle, or the hood rather. But now springbuck, they can jump also pretty high, not nearly as high as 3 meters. But what is interesting is that they keep it consistent, so they bounce, and it's like doing, doing, doing with the stiff legs. So in terms of pronking, they've got the most impressive display of pronking that you'll ever see with an antelope. Impalas are also quite nice when they launch themselves forward, land on the front hooves, and then bounce on the back hooves, land on the front hooves, bounce on the back hooves. Or was it land on the back hooves and then bounce on the front hooves? Yeah, that's it. Land on the back hooves, bounce on the front hooves. That's also quite nice to watch. So if this is a medium-sized antelope, you can imagine what a lamb is going to look like. They are very small and very vulnerable. And all sorts of things go for the lambs. Now there's some aerial raptors that are occurring out here, such as martial eagle. They would take a impala lamb without a springbuck lamb without any hesitation or any struggle. And in areas where African rock pythons occur, full-grown African rock pythons, they are able to eat a full-grown impala or a springbuck like this. Another blue wildebeest just to the back left there. There's also the area where we see the Kori bustard. Don't see it this morning. Chicken Diner, what a cool name you have, Chicken Diner. Now we're eating a lot of chicken out here as well, so we also chicken diners. I would imagine in the nature, if springbuck is very, very lucky in the nature where there's predators and parasites and elements and so on. If the animal gets to 9 years old, it would be very, very lucky. And of course, in captivity, being a controlled environment, they would be able to live much longer. But in the wild, there's many elements that they're going to face, many factors such as parasites, which they're very good at removing as well. And then predators, all of the above essentially, predators will go for them. And then harsh conditions. So only the strong survive really in these harsh environments. I think they're a lot more comfortable perhaps out here. But although I think with those long grasses does come with a few challenges. So ticks are going to be plentiful out here. We pick them off our bodies every single time when we come back to our staff village. We find ticks on our bodies. Just hearing a few European bee eaters calling in the distance. And we had a carmine bee eater the other day. It's the first time I saw a carmine bee eater in a number of years. This pretty, sort of this scarlet reddish breast. Beautiful birds. I hope we are able to show them to you sometime. A carmine bee eater. Wonderful birds. Monique, yes, I 100% agree with you. No, the scenes out here is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And I'm glad you're a part of it as well. Alright, before we forget, let me introduce myself. My name is Andrew. We are in Madikwe Game Reserve in the northern parts of the reserve, and behind the camera right over there is Mr. Rian. And we are quite happy to be viewing these springbuck because we do see them every now and then. But as I say, it's not a very common animal to be seen. And it's not always about the big things, I like to say. It's also some of the small things are also nice to watch, much like the springbuck. So I think, yeah, let's give it a good look. Okay, so from one wildebeest to another wildebeest, let's head over to Lisa, who has got one she wants to show you.
Thank you, Andrew. Glad you're having such a wonderful morning. We ourselves did have a herd of springbok, and now we've got a lone wildebeest, and slowly at the back we've got some zebras approaching. But it's a rather quiet morning so far in terms of mammal activity if you compare it to the last few weeks we've been having this time of day. However, I do suspect it's due to the rain we had earlier on this morning. As we know, animals tend to hold off once it's rained for various reasons. You know, it could be a precaution just for in case the rain comes back. They are still sheltered away in the trees and sort of have more protection. But also, it could be that there is more food and water around now. However, I don't think the transformation would have been a mere few hours, especially with the condition in Okokoyo right now. It is very dry. But you never know what the little bit of rain we had from this morning might do. And you never know, it might also rain again later today. We can only but hope. So we've got one springbok, one blue wildebeest, and from the back, we've got some zebras approaching as well. And in terms of the actual vocalization, you can definitely agree with me. It is much more calmer in comparison to the past few weeks we've been having with the zebras rutting. Oh, we've also got an impala approaching now. But with all of the zebras that have been rutting and fighting, and of course, whilst all of that is happening, vocalizing. But you can definitely see the change in terms of mammal activity and, well, really just the activity at the waterhole. That is interesting. Just a couple of wildebeest. That is very interesting. Generally, you'll see 2 or 3 wildebeest with males, and they sort of hang out and find their different areas where they want to mark and advertise themselves to the ladies. And for the most part, you see wildebeest, as I say, individually or in very small groups, or you will see them in the bigger breeding herds. Olivia, you would like to know how often does this water get refilled? So I can't really answer you on that, purely because the conservation management will actually push it until it's dire and very necessary. The thing is, you don't want to, for lack of a better word, you don't want to spoil the animals and always have it full and nice and all of that. So it's all going to depend on the rain season, Olivia. Rain season in Okokoyo is from January to April, and so we will have to see how much more rain we will hopefully still get in the next 2 months. I really am crossing my fingers, but it'll all depend on that. So it could be, for the winter months, it could be monthly, it could be, even longer extended periods than that. You can see the water level has already significantly dropped. And let me just see if I can show you the actual spring or the inlet for the waterhole. So if you look sort of more off center to the left bottom, you'll see there's this patch of stones and soil and everything. But that white section you see very close to the waterhole, that is the actual inlet pipe. Oh, look at the baby impalas on the other side of the waterhole, and there's one on this side. Oh, that is precious. I remember a couple of, it was probably 2 weeks ago or so, I saw my first baby impala here in Okokoyo, and I nearly lost my mind. It's such a general sighting, but particularly here, waiting for all of the several species to have their babies, because it does occur much later as it would in Madikwe, Amakala, Djuma. And again, every area will vary depending on when the animals have mated and of course when the rain season actually occurs. Just beautiful. So this antelope that we are seeing off to our left, that is what Andrew just had in Madikwe as well. Beautiful springbok. And then the antelope off to the right on the other side of the waterhole, those are impalas. And then of course we've got zebras, we just had wildebeests. All of the animals now slowly waking up and coming for water, but we'll have to see what the activity for today will be. But again, it's not all just about the mammal activity and all of the big things that we can see and all of the action we can get to observe. Of course, when we do, that is an absolute bonus. And as I say, we are experiencing some rain in some of our other locations today, so you might be stuck with me for a bit. So please do send me your questions, your comments. Again, you are more than welcome to ask me personal questions as well. I will try to answer them. Or if you would perhaps like to learn about the wildebeest, the impalas, the springbok, about Okukoyo or Namibia in general, please do get in touch with me. You and I are on safari together. Drew, good morning. You have a question and the answer actually rhymes with your name. So yes, wildebeest do have other names as well. It's called a brundled gnu, Drew. And that is due to the actual sound that they make when they are either contact calling or even distress calling. It's sort of like this very low and yes, that is also where they got their name from. So it's also called a brundled gnu. These zebras must not start with their nonsense today. I will not have another injury on screen while we are live. It was absolutely horrific last Saturday. I'm kidding, of course. This is all about dominance and sort of showing off your strength, being able to prove to the other females that you are in fact strong enough and impressive enough to actually take care of all of them. But it does become a little bit feisty sometimes, and they do get severe injuries from time to time. Alrighty, I think while we wait for the other animals to come to the lovely water hole, let us go over to Juma, because I see Dewey is waking up a little bit. And of course he's gone. He'll come back up now. He's been moving around a little bit, and he did just give us that mocking yawn. Ooh, Jenna. No, we'll have a look-see now. He is on the move. Dewey, please do not do this right now. Come on. Don't be shy. We do also have our grey heron, and I did watch it for a couple of minutes actually, where it caught some tilapias again. It was in fact also able to catch an aquatic critter. Dewey, don't be this silly man. I promise all of you, just before we actually came over, he gave us a big massive yawn. And if you were not in fact aware, you are also able to watch the Djuma Dam Cam. Even when we are not live with it, you can actually watch it on YouTube, just to check out what is happening on the dam cam. It's of course always interesting, specifically at night time. For a lot of the international viewers, you guys actually get to see it where it's night in South Africa. It's of course day for you, so for us South Africans, we catch a little bit of winks that time. But of course, this hippo is going to make me look very unprofessional now. But it's fine, Dewey. I will get you back. We will watch the heron and not care about you. How's that? Lenny, good morning. So good for you. So good hearing from you. You would like to know, do hippos ever give birth to 2 calves instead of 1? Lenny, never say never. Mother Nature is an absolutely incredible thing. You know, it does happen where animals do have twins, whether it's a hippo or an elephant or something you would not really expect. However, that being said, if it does happen, it really is very difficult, because generally the one calf will be malnutritioned. Just like we see with lions, more often than not, there's actually a runt of the group or of the litter. And of course, you know, less condition, less size and weight and all of that could be, in fact, detrimental to that baby animal, whether it's a hippo or lion. But Lenny, it definitely is possible. It does happen. Not every day, of course. But Mother Nature is an incredible thing. Just like humans, you know, sometimes there's just things that happen with us that is beyond explanation or really understanding. Just wanna see if this heron is going to get a kill. Why? Yeah. You know, sometimes they get these small tilapias and I think, gosh, no wonder you eat like 700 in a day. That can't be very nutritious. Ooh, another one. And he's got it. Look at the fish wiggling. Bird is swallowing the fish. Gone. On to the next one. Did you see how small that fish was? Can you imagine how many they actually have to eat? Oh, got some salad with your sushi there? Yes. That could not have tasted nice. But it's just incredible if you look at this bird's persistence. They know exactly where to step, how not to scare away the fish, when to stand still. Just look at that. I don't know who of you will agree with me, but I do not have the patience for that. I don't mind cooking, but if it takes this long, it won't work for me. Lusanda, you are saying, yes, birdie, go get your fat worm. Early bird catches the worm. But in this case, it's more fish. They do feed on worms from time to time, but this is what we are actively watching now is actual fishing. For the most part, from what I've been seeing, it's tilapias, which is a very tiny fish, but a very common species. You can actually see them wiggling their fins as well. But, of course, they do feed on worms as well and aquatic creatures and critters. These birds are very resourceful, just like any of the other animals we get to see out here. And when I say out here, I mean in Okukoyo, in Madikwe, in Juma, wherever we find ourselves. Animals will always adapt. They will make a plan. Whatever that plan needs to be, they will definitely adapt. And I think that's one thing that I envy so much. I'm actually someone that also adapts very quickly to my environment and the situation and everything. But I think as humans, we can definitely learn more from animals. You know, it doesn't matter what the weather throws at them. It does not matter what dangers and threats there are in their lives. They always adapt to make sure that they'll be okay. And sometimes they are not. But that is all part of the circle of life. Just like these poor fishies. I don't think they woke up this morning knowing that a big grey heron is going to catch them, but part of the circle of life.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
If you did miss it, we just had some hadidas flying overhead and, of course, announcing themselves. I think it's probably one of the most annoying sounds. Again, I love all animals, whether it's a snake, a solifuge, a bird. But really, why? However, I think I think some people feel that way about me. Why do you have to be so loud? Especially at night, I get these bursts of energy. So I'll get into bed and I'll sing and I'll do a whole... It's actually fascinating and wonderful, It should be something that should be paid for. And I give my better half a whole show of singing and doing the Lion King and everything. And he probably also feels the same way as I do about a hadida that screams like that. It seems for now this heron is still checking out the menu. I'm just going to take a look and see if I can find our crocodile again. Our crocodile, yeah. Hippie. Hippie. Goodness, Lisa. Hippo. Dewey. Hippie. That's actually a good name for a hippo. But no, Dewey has lost our interest since he made me look very silly and unprofessional to all of you. But if you're just joining us on Escape to Nature, our crocodile is still in the same spot. Welcome and thank you so much for joining us. We are currently in Djuma Game Reserve and we are watching a very, very still crocodile. But it's been a wonderful morning so far. We've had some general game in Okokoyo. Andrew has had his 2 springbok in Madikwe. And we've also got a hippo in this waterhole, a grey heron fishing, and I'm trying to do some birding today. But sadly it is raining in some of our other locations, so you might be stuck with me for the remainder of Escape to Nature. So please do send in your questions, your comments, your suggestions. Please do get in touch with me. We are ultimately on safari together, so let us interact. But if you don't know, my name is Lisa, and I am the waterhole naturalist, keeping an eye on Gowrie Dam as well as Okokoyo Waterhole. I really can relate with these animals today. I'm one of those insane people. I would rather, exist in 40 degrees Celsius as opposed to being remotely cool or cold or anything. I'm probably the most useless human being when it's overcast and cooler. And it seems the animals are doing the same today. The crocodile, Dewey, just taking it easy. But speaking of our hippie hippo, let's see what Dewey is doing. Natalie, you would like to know if a crocodile shades their skin like a snake. No, not at all. They only have that one skin, and of course that grows as they grow. But crocodiles are very phenomenal animals. They can, as I mentioned earlier, they can actually become up to like 100, 150, even older years old. So, but no, they do not shed their skin like snakes. That would be rather odd to see. Odd but fascinating. That would be very, very cool actually to see a crocodile shedding its skin. But no, they do not shed their skin. Dewey, wake up. So typical. And isn't it just fascinating, especially when we have the less action-filled safaris, whether it's sunset or sunrise as well. We always tend to think, no, but the animals have to do something. Or, it's to them, they are just existing. They are living their best life right now. They couldn't care 2 fingers less if they have an audience, if they are by themselves. They are just out here to exist, to survive, to do their thing. I remember when I was still a fairly new safari guide or naturalist, I got called into management's office the one day and they said, listen, we received a complaint from your guest that just checked out. And I said, oh, all right. Please do tell me. And they said, well, first of all, every time you saw lions, they slept and you did nothing to wake them up. And I said, all right, that's a silly complaint. Move on. Next one. And they said, no, but Lisa, we have to address every complaint from the guest. And I said, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. The lions couldn't care less if we are there or not there. In fact, they are more peaceful when we are not there, but they don't mind us when we are there. So carry on. What's the next complaint? And they said, apparently, I've got a very expressive face, and I said, or descriptive face. And I said, oh, okay, thank you. And they said, no, that was part of the complaint. That is not a compliment. You need to work on that. So apparently, I don't have to say something for someone to know what I'm thinking. But I just thought, how stupid, thinking that I'm going to do anything to wake up the lions sleeping. We are not entitled to seeing any of these animals. And again, whether it's live, whether it's in real life or in real time on the virtual cameras, or of course for ourselves on safari, we are not at all entitled to see them. We are absolutely privileged to still be existing with these animals and living amongst them. Because at the end of the day, Mother Nature really can do anything just to quickly wipe out the human race. And for me personally, that is a personal belief. I do believe that's possible. Earthquakes, anything really that happens with natural disasters and all of that. Yes, some animals are going to get hurt and all of that. And this specifically makes me think of all the rain. Now you want some attention. Just peeking your head up here in the corner. But specifically with all of the rain we've been having in South Africa, of course, Kruger has had a lot of damage with roads, with fence lines, with actual lodges and campsites. And not just Kruger, the park itself, the actual greater Kruger as well. So private game reserves like Djuma. And the other day, I saw some footage again as well of buffaloes that are actually going down the stream of water. But the only thing blocking them from coming onto land is a fence line. And I thought, oh my goodness, just again proves that if all the human infrastructures and everything cease to exist, these animals would still thrive. They would still carry on, even when there's fire, even when there's floods. But as always, we are just popping up everywhere and popping our infrastructures up everywhere. And it really does make you wonder, what are we going to do if there's ever a serious natural disaster? Which there have been, of course, but that really affects the whole world. What are we going to do, and what are animals going to do? Alrighty, that's enough water for now. I think let's see what's happening on land. If there are perhaps anyone or any animals coming around. I did see a water buck earlier on, but she seems to have disappeared. So that's alright. We will see what other animals are around. Again, it's difficult when the weather is like this. There really can be two things that happen. either an absolute influx of animal activity, and that goes for birds, reptiles, mammals, or, it's a little bit more laid back. The animals just take it easy. Oh, we've got some blacksmith lapwings. Speaking of birding. I remember these birds were my favorite as a kid on safari. When my father and I would go to Sabi Sands, I would always tell him, Dad, can we please go look for the cowbirds, and I want some ghost buck as well. Now, what that basically means is, of course, these birds, I immediately thought of cows when I saw them, and then ghost bucks were springbok. I always said they look like ghosts with those white faces. But of course, they don't occur naturally nowadays in Sabi Sand. But we've still got the blacksmith lapwings around. Ooh, what is that? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Ha! It's actually a plane. That's funny. That's never happened to me before. I got very excited there. I thought it might be a bird of prey. However, why don't we hear it? That is very interesting. You know what I have not seen in forever at Gowrie Dam, and when I say I mean specifically myself on the dam cam, is elephants. We have not had elephants in such a long time. Darcy Miller, you are saying people need to understand that animals are not trained in the wild. Darcy Miller, the day we can actually make people understand that is, that will be the best day of my life. And you know, I've had many an argument with guests on safari asking me and insisting, why don't we have trackers on the animals, specifically when you have a quote unquote quiet safari and you do, you know, try to educate them about flowers and tracks and trees and medicinal uses for all of that and really everything. And to an extent, I do understand. If you are coming all the way from Brazil to Africa for the very first time for a safari and you just have 3 days, of course you would want to see the famous elephants and lions. But I think there's sort of like again, an entitlement that, you know, us as humans are allowed to and entitled to see the animals. And we really have to, you know, keep an eye on them and track them. So many guests have asked us, you know, why don't you track the animals? Nice. Then you start out the conversation by saying, well, what fun would that be? You know, how rewarding is it not when we actually wake up? We heard the lions roaring this morning. I found fresh tracks. We eventually found them, whether it was after 5 minutes or 2 hours. It really is such an rewarding experience. But not just about that. Animals are not supposed to all have trackers. Yes, I know some of our animals in some of our locations, such as cheetahs and lions, and you know, some of the animals do have trackers. Now again, that is for research and scientific purposes, just to sort of keep the data up to date with regards to certain movements of animals in particular areas. With cheetahs, it would specifically be for the fact that they are endangered, so to keep an extra close eye on them. But yes, Darcy, it would be wonderful if we could actually make people understand that. But unfortunately, in Afrikaans we say jy kan 'n perd tot by die water bring, maar jy kan hom nie maak drink nie, which means you can bring a horse to the water, but you will never make it drink water. And again, you know, that is what comes down to when we do discuss conservation. And Darcy Miller, this is where I appreciate you and all of our other viewers so much, that really does not mind when we do delve into, you know, a little bit of a deeper discussion about saving animals, just creating awareness and just the well-being of these animals. And you can talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, and you may just have one person out of 1,000 listen. But that in itself already means that we are making a difference. And it's a difficult thing. It really is ooh, hi Waterbuck, there you are. It really is a difficult thing to get through to people with that. I myself sometimes do still struggle with family and friends. You would think that it's easier to persuade people that are close to you, but it's not. It really is not. So how much impact can you really have on a stranger? But that does not mean that we should ever stop trying and ever give up on them. Now I wonder if this is one of the cows that actually has a baby and is hiding it somewhere. I wonder if she's still pregnant. Da Vinci or DiCaprio? Leonardo, you would like to know what's the significance of the white ring on the bum. So again, for the most part, everything out here is to our common sense and to our interpretation, all of that. We believe, according to observation and studies, that is a follow me sign. So when they are in fact looking for each other in the bush, they just look for that white toilet seat on the bum, and they know that is mom, or that is part of my crew. Just like warthogs that erect the tail, just like lions that have the black at the back of the ears and the black at the tip of the tail. But again, we will never really know, and I have to tell you, I prefer it that way. All of these animals, giraffes, if you look at giraffes also have that prominent white ears at the back. And again, we believe, okay, well, that must surely be a follow me sign. But perhaps it's for completely different reason than what we would say. Oh, there you are, my Leafy. Sorry. I love this baby. Oh, my Leafy. Sorry, Leafy just means it's like a loving nickname in Afrikaans. Oh, you are just too precious. You are literally a mini-me of your mom. Oh. It's very nerve-wracking out here, Mom. So many sounds and things, and the water is moving. Why is the water moving? One of our Zoomies actually told me last week that I don't know if it's this particular female or one of the other females when they're young, but they were also trying to actually cross the water hole. And the croc was fairly close to it. So hopefully, the croc does not at all discover this one. And not just the crocodile, Marips, Mowati, Tangana, all of you better not do anything to this baby waterbuck. Now I'm actually being very biased now. Earlier on, I did not mind that a heron could potentially fall prey to a crocodile. Sadly, it is what it is out here. They really have to take precaution. But particularly here in Gowrie Dam now that we know we have a crocodile around, hopefully Mom will not take any unnecessary chances and risks. Oh, just look at that tiny white ring. Oh, my lifey. And again, if you are just joining us perhaps, this is a waterbuck. It's a fairly common antelope in Africa. Just like their name suggests, they are very water dependent. They drink a lot of water, but also they use water as a defense mechanism. Oh yes, baby, I wouldn't either. If you could have a milkshake and a salad, I mean, really, what why are you even having to choose? I definitely agree with you, little one. Stephanie, you would like to know how they evade predators. So with the waterbuck, it's various defense mechanisms. So one being the actual water, running into the water. Very few times will a lion or leopard actually go deep into the water after an animal of prey. I've actually had more than one sighting like that where lions have chased it into the water. And unfortunately, the hippo kept harassing it to prevent it from going out. The hippo actually never ate it. It just harassed it. Again, they are territorial. And unfortunately, after a couple of days, the waterbuck did pass away from obviously malnutrition. So running into water is one. And for the most part, it could be, a big success to them. But then secondly, they also have a secretion gland in their neck, or gland, that they release a very foul smell when they do in fact feel provoked or threatened. So it does also happen from time to time that you find a waterbuck killed, but it's never been eaten. Of course, when the vultures and the hyenas and things like that discover it, eventually they will eat it. But your waterbuck, a lot of the times when that does happen, specifically with your lions and leopards, as we know, they go for the throat first. And if they do go for that throat, obviously that smell gets released, and then that animal probably thinks, ugh, this thing has definitely gone past its expiration date. I will not be feasting on this today. But it's, for me personally, Stephanie, it's an animal, probably the animal that's been the least predated on in terms of where I've guided and seen predators versus prey. They have not often fallen victim to the predators. Oh, shut up. Ach, Dewey, don't start with your nonsense. When we are looking at you, you are just pretending to be a rock of some sort. Now that we're looking at the crocodile and other things, now you want to come vocalize. We'll have a look at you now, Dewey. Calm down. We are first admiring the beauty of the bush with some wild hibiscus flowers. A couple of days ago, I can't remember if it was the morning safari or evening safari, but Lauren, actually, I think it was Marips, the leopard, and he had one of the most beautiful wild hibiscuses next to him. It really seemed like something out of a movie. But these are really pretty flowers, fairly common in the summertime in Greater Kruger, and ooh! Goodness. Angelina, you wanted to know what are some of the uses for the wild hibiscus. None that I can think of off the top of my head. I will definitely check my bush Bible for you and get back to you. But there's not really anything in terms of, a lot of flowers can be used in terms of medicinal uses and all of that, more particularly trees and euphorbias and things like that. But this one in particular, to my knowledge, doesn't really have a lot of recorded uses. If you know of any, please let me know. But I think it's one of those things that are just more there for the prettiness and the admiration from us. Our Zoomy Colin that is helping us out is actually saying there's not so many terrapins around since the crocs have arrived. I too have been noticing that, but I think the fact that we also don't have that island anymore in the middle of the waterhole, not in the middle, but off to the side, is I think that definitely also has an influence on it. But again, when there's been a lot of rain, you will see terrapins moving around. Particularly when you've got a lot of puddles on the road. As they move around, they'll sort of just hydrate again and cool off again, and then they'll move on. That is why it's super, super important when you are in fact on safari, whether it's a national park, game reserve. If there is a massive puddle in the road, first of all, do not go through it because you don't know how deep it is. So you don't know if you'll get stuck or if you'll do some damage to the vehicle. And second of all, you don't know what creatures are in that puddle. You could potentially trample one of them. Jacob, good morning. You would like to know if Dewey and the crocodile, Lyle, Snappy, Snapple, whatever his name is, we have not decided yet, if they ever get into any conflict. They can, but also that being said, Dewey is not always here, nor is the crocodile. So hippos do traverse, specifically your bulls. They will move from area to area, and the crocodiles too. I'm yet still to figure out if this is a female crocodile or male. But it can happen, yes. If you are not a sensitive viewer and you are keen on discovering some more wildlife footage, definitely go research some videos between crocodiles and hippos. It really is phenomenal. I remember last year doing a blog on a crocodile that caught a honey badger. I think it happened in Kruger, if I'm not mistaken. Either Kruger or the Greater Kruger. But the photographs that the photographer actually caught in that moment is just phenomenal. And again, that just shows you again how powerful a crocodile can be. But then in the same sense, we should never disregard a hippo because we know that mostly they are vegetarian. A hippo will take on anything if they need to. Whether it is a elephant, a lion, and of course a crocodile. I've seen a hippo take on an elephant and the elephant actually backed off. So for the most part, they will just sort of threaten whilst they are in the water and show off their big massive tusks just to try and intimidate the animal. And then if need be, they really will take on an animal. We're just checking the area, saying, oh, there's a devil's thorn. Seeing if we see any animals lying down. Particularly in this weather, a lot of your animals will really just be lying down, taking it easy, saving their energy. And then, of course, those that can will be regurgitating their food. Just to get as much nutrients as possible, but also just to save their energy if need be. Daryl, good morning. You are saying that crocodiles are a great descendant from dinosaurs. I know a lot of people do believe that, and there has been studies and research and everything done on that. And definitely, I mean, if you look at dinosaurs in general, you definitely can see there are a lot of comparisons, definitely. For me personally, I don't know if I believe in crocodiles, in dinosaurs. Just purely because I'm one of those people that I like to see something before I believe it, which is a difficult thing, you know. It's a difficult discussion to have with some people, because then they're like, so you don't believe in evolution? No. I do believe that, as I say, animals adapt and they evolve and all of that. It's just in terms of dinosaurs, it was so long ago that for me, I don't know. But I'm not disregarding it at all. Please don't get me wrong. I'm not disregarding it. And if you are judging me right now, don't worry. I get a lot of it from my mother. She used to be a school principal and a history teacher. And the looks I would get from not being fascinated by some history aspects. Come on, birdies. I would love to see my jacana today as well. And even better if we can see two of them. But really, it's just been incredible watching all of the water that we've received. Everything that has been happening in all of our locations. It really is amazing to see what water can do to a place. But as I say, we are on safari alone for the most part of the day. So definitely do send me your questions, your comments. Perhaps you've got a poem you would like to share with me, or perhaps you would like to ask me anything personal. You're more than welcome to do that as well. Maybe you just want to know something about Lisa the Crazy Waterhole Naturalist, or about Gowrie Dam, or Djuma, or some of the animals. Oh, we've got a wonderful message from Mother Nature. If you harm me, my tears of sadness shall rain where it is not needed. But love me, take care of me, and with my eyes wide open, my tears of joy will rain down where needed most. Ah, I literally got goosebumps. Mother Nature, that was so beautiful. Thank you for that. I literally got goosebumps now. That is beautiful. And again, you know, that just brings me back to, really to, well, as we often try to talk about climate change, but really everything that we are doing to harm Mother Nature. And that is said so beautifully, you know, if you take care of me, then I will give rain where it's needed. And like we are seeing now, there are a lot of places that are in severe drought. And then you have places like Djuma and the Kruger that are, and really everywhere in South Africa right now, that is just getting this influx of rain. And even though we are grateful for it, to some extent, I was also saying to one of our Zoomies the other day, can we please just get some of this rain sent over to Okokoyo? But Mother Nature, you said that so beautifully. Take care of me and I will take care of all of you. But if you are not going to take care of me, you will see the consequences of it. Oh, look at the little one. Patwinks. Oh, you are just too beautiful for words. Wait, Mom. Well, luckily they are away from the crocodile for now. For now, that is. No, Mom, just stay on that side. If you really need to come to this side, get in some exercise and walk around the waterhole. We do not want to have you or baby at risk at all. Oh, my Liffy. Mom, wait. Just look at that. Just like that, they disappear. They might come out on the other side, depending on what Mom wants to do. But you can also, I don't know if any of you noticed, the wind has picked up significantly now. You can see with the trees and as well with the water. But I think that is why Mom is now taking little one more into a sheltered area. You do not want to be even more at risk and even more vulnerable to a predator when it is in fact windy. Because you can't always hear where something's coming from and smell where it's coming from. So that is probably why she headed into the bush now. But how amazing is this? Dewey, stop being like that. while I wait for Dewey to get his act together, remember we do have the time where we are looking for some wonderful, unique footage of animals. And again, this is from worldwide, and this is new or old footage. It doesn't have to be, latest sightings and things that you've had. It really can be old, new, another part of the world, Africa. It really does not matter. So please do submit those to us. Of course, you can earn some money, you can win some prizes, you can see your name in the credits. So to check that out, you can go to our website and then you just click on Content Creator and all of the information will be there for you. And who knows, you never know. I remember often, when we would have a few off days at the lodge with no guests. After cleaning all of the vehicles and spring cleaning the ranger room and everything, we would actually, as rangers, all bring our hard drives to work and just go through your photos and your videos again. And there really is so much that you've forgotten about, especially, if you're a wildlife enthusiast. For me personally, I can't remember when last I've gone through my hard drive in terms of looking at my photos. And it's not difficult. Everything is in a folder, but I think we just take it in the moment, put it on a hard drive, put it on your laptop, and then sort of forget about it. And please do submit more than one. You don't just have to submit one video to us. If you think there are more, definitely do share them with us. Dewey, goodness, asseblief. Bradley, you are saying what a relaxing water scene. Is it not just incredible? For me personally, I love water. Like a lot of people love, well, I think everyone really loves fire as well. When you just sit next to a fire, I know, especially as South Africans, you'll sit next to a fire after you've had a braai perhaps, and you will literally just say, ja, nee. But I feel the same about water, all of the natural elements really. Have you moved now? Different sushi restaurant. But yes, Bradley, I definitely agree with you. One of my favorite things to do on safari is just to sit next to a waterhole. And people tend to think, okay, well, when you get there, something has to happen in the first 5 minutes or else you carry on with safari. It's not necessarily the case. I've had some of the most spectacular sightings whilst just chilling at a waterhole. Some of them, yes, were actually interrupted by animals interrupting our sundowners. Or I should say us invading and interrupting their sundowners. But sometimes you just have to be patient. You never know what's going to happen. And if nothing happens, tomorrow you try again. But this heron is also taking it super easy now. Probably just checking to see if there's some movement in the water. But I think let's just take a few moments just to appreciate the heron, the hippo, the crocodile, the birds, everything that's been happening around the beautiful Gowrie Dam. And this truly is what Escape to Nature is all about. Just spending some time listening to all of the birds calling. And of course, if the animals show up, they show up. Sometimes they don't. And that is perfectly fine. It's just incredible to think that right now, in real time, we are watching nature unravel without our interference or disturbance or anything. There are some animals though in Okokoyo, so I think let's see what's happening on that side of the world. Still some general game. To our right at the bottom of your screen you can see an impala ram. Off to the left we've got a blue wildebeest, and of course just above them the springbok, and on the other side we've got some zebras. But isn't it just amazing? If you look at this blue wildebeest, he is a selective grazer. So they particularly love feeding on the greener grass, the green short cut grass. But the fact that all of these animals that we are watching right now are in fact still able to get some nutrition, or not even some, as much nutrition as possible as they can from the vegetation. And that goes for everyone out here. The rhinos, the elephants, the antelopes, the zebras, the wildebeest, even the monkeys. You know, they really are very, very resourceful as well. Unfortunately, they are a little bit vicious sometimes, and they feed on the eggs of some creatures.
We hope that when you watch Wild Earth, you will fall in love with nature. We know that our explorers share a passion for nature and want to make a difference. Wild Earth Schools is back. Sign up to be an explorer, and your subscription will help us reach the future conservationists of our planet. Invest in something that truly matters, encouraging children to care for our beautiful wild earth. Wild Earth Explorers, make a difference.
Alrighty, well, while we are waiting for our other locations for the rain to subside and while we wait for the animals at the water holes, we are going to take you into a little bit of just nature so we can enjoy some more sightings and sounds from Mother Nature, of course.
full of upheaval. We all need a quiet and safe place. A place where anxiety and stress don't exist. A place where life carries on. Slip away into a brand new show exclusively on Wild Earth. Just nature. Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I'm shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
I'm back. Did you miss me? In the meanwhile, I was able to recruit all of I almost said crows, our Abdom storks. And as you can see, the sun is out a little bit more. And so the animals have finally come to the waterhole. We've had some oryxes. The zebras are very much vocalizing again. But as you can see, all of the storks are here, which is wonderful. I'm always excited for them. You never know how long it's going to last, the period that they are in fact visiting this waterhole. So we've got the Abdom storks, springboks. On the other side of the waterhole, we've got zebras, and just to the left of them, we've got 2 oryxes as well. So it is booming now at the waterhole, and we are very excited about that. But I hope you enjoyed that little bit of time for just nature, listening to everything, watching the different interactions. And it's particularly when we watch these videos, you know, when we are doing the live look backs and all of that as well. You often get reminded, I feel specifically as a naturalist, you know, we tend to see a lot of these things out in the wild, but if you have not for a while, then you definitely tend to forget some of the behaviors and the interactions and the different things that animals have. I know there was just a clip of a hyena and a cheetah, and I've actually forgotten about that sighting, but quite some time ago I also had a very, very interesting sighting with a hyena and a cheetah. But anyway, that was just nature. Now we are escaping to nature again, and as always, I am very, very excited for all of your questions, your comments. Please do get in touch with us. If you are watching this on the app or our website, you can just register and then you can send us your comments or your questions. And of course, if you are following some of our other programs on YouTube, you can also just subscribe and then get in touch with us to see what else you might check out, what you've perhaps been missing out on. But can you believe it? In just such a short time, it has become completely busy. Oh, what is happening? Why are we being dramatic? Clara, good afternoon. You are saying the Abdams, your new happy place. Aren't they just fascinating though? It's really, it's a bunch of birds being weird. Yes, there's some preening and cleaning going on. And every now and again you will see some of them moving around and probing the soil looking for insects. But this really is what they do. They just stand around. It's the weirdest thing. But definitely very interesting for myself. I've been getting to know their dynamic as a species in particular. I've never seen them before. My first time was at Okokoyo. And again, you learn about a lot of different animals, particularly us as naturalists. You have a lot of information that you have to take in to actually become qualified and to do your assessments and exams and everything. But I'm sure most of you will agree, whatever you do for a living, if you're a nurse or a teacher or really anything, there's so much more knowledge, but you just sort of put it in the back of your brain in your archives because that is not what you talk about every day. That's not what you see every day. And for me particularly as well, I've heard about Abdam storks, I've learned about them, read about them, researched about them, but until you see an animal, and I think it's specifically, the case with animals. Until you see them and you learn their dynamics, you observe their behaviors and their interactions, you will never really truly know everything about them. It's definitely going to be very interesting to see what the rest of the day will do in terms of weather. As I say, there's a little bit of sunshine out right now in Okokoyo. However, it is a little gloomy still, which I'm not too sad about, if I'm being perfectly honest. I do hope we'll get some rain. And when I say that, I don't mean a slight drizzle. I really want to be very picky and demanding and just ask for some proper rainfall here again. Blake, you are saying it's amazing how quickly the greenery disappeared. Absolutely, and I mean when it when it actually was around, even if it was just for a few weeks, it was also absolutely incredible to see how quickly, everything just flourished and how quickly it became green and fluffy and lush. And now just within a couple of weeks, with no rainfall, it has gone completely back to the original state of bare, arid, dry. So that is why I say. But that being said, in terms of having enough water, having enough food, and especially a lot of the animals that haven't given birth yet. Remember, a lot of these animals, particularly the animals that could potentially fall prey to a predator, those animals generally give birth in the summertime or in the rainfall season. And there's a lot of hypotheses and things behind it, but predominantly the main reason for that happening is, again, common sense from humans and our interpretation, but when it's rained, it's green and there's more food around, so thus the babies will also have food. The mothers that may have lost condition whilst giving birth, they will also again have enough nutritious food. So it's not just, for the animals in general and for water holes to fill up. It's also for those animals that have not yet given birth, so that they too can have some water. But speaking of babies, we actually have not seen an oryx youngster in quite some time. It really has been... Jeez, I almost want to say months now since we've last seen oryx babies. We just want to have a look at the weather, or the actual sky, and see how many clouds are around. Yes, I'm thinking we might get some rain for later this afternoon or even this evening. Thinking, praying, hoping. It's always interesting when the storks are in fact around, because all of these are not together all the time. It's actually different in various flocks that meet up. And then they'll sort of soar the sky. Sometimes it's in the morning, sometimes it's around midday, and then they will come down to the waterhole. And again, it's very fascinating. It's different flocks meeting up. How do they decide? Do they have a president that they that they vote for or elect that makes the decision? And how do they communicate that with each other? Because these storks are actually as interesting. If you go research about their calls, they do have a call, but it's not a very common thing. They are not very vocal. So I think that would be a very, very interesting and fascinating thing to actually delve into and research. Is there a different method for them to communicate with one another? Is it sort of just a random selection? Perhaps it's this one in front with its wings open. He's busy addressing the nation. You never know, Mel. Oh, goodness, you mustn't get distracted, my friend. You must address them and keep your eyes on them. Make eye contact. It's always very important when you are trying to get a message across. Oh, no, dear. You are way too concerned about your feathers. They probably just outvoted you without you knowing. Jeannie, you are saying imagine seeing a flamingo at this waterhole. Oh man, Jeannie, I am so excited. Can I just tell you? Because of course, flamingos for the most part are also seasonal migrators. And this is actually a spot, Okokoyo, but as well as some of the other waterholes here in the Etosha National Park is also a very popular spot for the flamingos to come to, which should be happening in the next 2-3 months or so, if I'm not mistaken. And I cannot wait for that. I am just really so excited. Not just for the flamingos, but for everything that is coming for the rest of the year. Because again, you know, I only started around September, October last year, monitoring these different water holes. And it's been very fascinating, you know, in terms of the vegetation. And not just Okokoyo, Juma, when we still had Mashatu as well, to see how it's transformed and how it actually influences all of the animal behavior and their movement and their patterns. And I really am so excited to see what is going to happen in, first of all, the next 2 months. Will we still be getting the expected rainfall? Or what will happen? And then also in terms of the movements, not just from the birds and the mammals, but really everything out here. Is it going to look worse in the winter time? Is it going to become completely grey again? I'm so excited. But a flamingo would be pretty awesome. Even if we just had one flamingo, you know, a little bit of pink between the black would be amazing. Remember, as we are watching this in real time, I would love to hear from all of you. Ultimately, we are on safari together, and what would a safari be without some questions and comments? And of course, suggestions. You know, if you have any suggestions, if you want me to go more to the left or to the right with the damn cameras, you are more than welcome to ask me. I try to, for the most part, give us a holistic view. But speaking of which, if you are watching on the app or the website, please do just register, and then you are more than welcome to send through your questions. And of course, if you follow some of our other shows on YouTube, just subscribe, and then we can also notify you of other things that are happening. But we definitely love hearing from you. I promise you, it's one of the best things I think personally about Wild Earth is that it's so interactive. And of course, we are being entertained by the animals, but simultaneously we can also educate one another on various things. Petula, good afternoon. Good afternoon, goodness. You are saying you don't see any of the storks drinking water. Isn't it weird? So, Petula, in terms of, is it Petula or Petula? I'm not sure. I apologize if I, I apologize if I did not pronounce that correctly. But yes, with these storks, so what they do is, now first of all, this is the Abdim stork, not the abdomen, ABDIMS, Abdim storks, and they are the smallest of all the storks found in Africa. Now what they do is they are seasonal migrators, and they actually follow the rain. So what that indicates is, first of all, water resources, but why? So these guys actually feed on insects. They are not like some of the other storks that feed off fish and aquatic critters, like the marabou stork that feeds off carcasses and things like that. They are pure insectivores. So following the rain, of course, we've seen in Djuma and in a lot of our other locations, when there's rain, there's butterflies, there's grasshoppers, there's locusts. So these guys literally do that, but there has not been a lot of rain, so I don't know what they are currently doing. Second of all, you will see them every now and again going to the water, but it's a weird thing. It's not like, for instance, I don't know how familiar you are with red-billed quillias. So they are super fascinating to observe. If you are not, definitely go check out some videos of them, the red-billed quillias. What they do is they are also in this huge flock of 1,000, 2,000, even more times. It's a much smaller bird though. But they'll sort of take turns in terms of drinking water. These storks literally just stand like this the whole day, unless something bothers them or disturbs them, like elephants or a rhino or really a group of animals that are coming through. They just stand like this. And that's why I say it's so weird. Yes, today is a little bit more overcast, but on the days that it's really glaringly hot and humid, they just stand here. And I mean, it's a black bird. They've got a little bit of white plumage, but it's more on the underside of their body. So what are they doing? Are they just waiting? It really is very, very fascinating. And as I say, you can read up on the internet until you're purple. You can read all of the bush books. You can have all of the different apps. You will never know everything. And that goes for all of us, you know, for myself, for all of the naturalists, for anyone who's a wildlife enthusiast. I've worked with some people that have been in the bush 30, 40 years, and you sit in a sighting with them and you say, sorry, I don't mean to sound silly, but what's happening right now? And they also sit there with their mouth open saying, I've no idea. I've never seen this interaction, or I've never seen this bird. I've never heard that animal making that call or sound or noise or whatever the case is. So that is why it's so much fun to be able to watch these birds. Because literally, as I say, for the most part that I've been watching them, this is pretty much what they've been doing. However, the one difference is when it did still recently rain, and this was a couple of weeks ago. This morning we had a little bit of rain, but nothing to write home about. But a few weeks ago, when we had fairly significant rain to actually transform everything and make it green and lush and rejuvenate this actual location, when these birds were around, what would happen midday is they would actually go up into the air, randomly, all of them, and circle in thermals the water hole, and they would do that a couple of times and then just come back down. So again, that is sort of like, okay, well, that would make a little bit more sense. Perhaps they were all looking for some insects or activity on the soil. But what would they be doing now? Ooh, Mel, we've got an elephant in Djuma. Alrighty, we're quickly going to go over to Djuma. My apologies. I know that was a very random link. But as you can see, these Hevelumpies are on the way. And I was just saying earlier on, I have not seen elephants for myself at Gowrie Dam in such a long time. Woohoo! We are winning at life. You see, sometimes it's good to just be patient. And I apologize for abruptly leaving Okukoyo and its birds. However, I almost want to guarantee you that the storks will still be there by the time that we get back. I'm just not sure if I can say the same for the elephants. So that's why I quickly made that call for us. Oh, hello, young one. Look at your tiny tusks. You are so cute. Oh, there's a very tiny one. There's a little Nunu. Day maid. Not too sure what they heard now. But as I said, it is windy. We can see that, we can hear that. And when it is windy, animals are even more on edge than they would be generally. Particularly animals with babies, particularly elephants. Remember, elephants rely on their smell and their hearing. And when they cannot predict where sounds and noises and scents and things are coming from, they are a little bit more on edge. And I've seen this time and time and time and again in the bush, on safari, with the animals or the elephants that I've worked at my previous reserve and at my previous lodge. And just like that, 4 elephants disappear behind a bush. Just gonna do this just so that we can see if there is in fact movement. However, I suspect they probably went deeper into the bush.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
I do apologize. That was very, very short-lived. We did have a total of what I could see 4 elephants, but unfortunately they stormed off into the bush. I just want to have a look-see around and see if there's perhaps a bull that's tracking them. But they were rather on edge. They literally just stormed off into the bush. Now that could be for various reasons. They may have smelled a predator, whether it be a lion, a leopard, the crocodile, or it could purely just be the fact that it's windy. They've got a very, very tiny one, and they are even more cautious and protective with the little one. But luckily we saw elephants. If you sneezed, I apologize, you missed it. Or if you blinked. But luckily we did get to see them. But while we are in Djuma, let's just have a look-see and see if our hippo and crocodile is still around. But as you can see, it is unfortunately drizzling a little bit. It doesn't seem like the sun wants to come out. Dewey! Wakey, wakey, sneeuwwykey. Dewey is just taking it easy today. Michelle, you are saying I have to check out some lyrics to these 3 songs. Olivia Newton-John. The first one is Silent Ruin, Gaia, and The Promise. I will definitely do that. Thank you, Michelle. I have a massive appreciation for music and particularly lyrics. I'm not really a millennial when it comes to the music they are producing nowadays. I don't care what you are singing about. As long as it's meaningful and, sends a good message, then I'm all for it. But thank you, Michelle. That was very random, but I appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to take a last look-see around just to see if there's some more elephants appearing or the ones that we had are reappearing. And if not, we shall just have a look on the open clearing. And if we are still not lucky, we shall head on back to our random creepy looking birds. Oh, we've got some impala. Now, you're probably thinking, yes, Lisa, we know what an impala is. We know what they look like. But I love when the animals are this close to the dam cam because we can really play around, look at their different markings, their beautiful eyes. Because I don't know if you know this, but antelope is actually derived from Greek, which refers to beautiful eyes. And I always think with the impalas, the nyalas, the kurus, it is so applicable. If you will just play ball and look at us, please. Cooey. As I say, luckily they can't hear me. Let's see if we can perhaps get an easier face to focus on, to elaborate on the beauty of these animals. Alrighty then. I will be patient with all of you. Ooh, that one still seems pregnant. And I know this is something that Lauren spoke about the other day on Safari, but there's a massive misconception behind impalas particularly, that they can withhold their babies and actually delay the birth and all of that. It's not true. It's just late births from late mating. So there's no such thing as biologically being able to actually withhold your baby. It's not possible. They are not able to do that. Oh, yes, please. We can work with you. Just look at that. Those delicate eyes, the face in itself. Which leopard was it the other day? I think it was Marips that had an impala stacked in a tree. At one stage, now it takes a lot to gross me out. I'm really a proper tomboy when it comes to those things. But at one point he was actually pulling the brains out, and I have to say I had a moment of two of But while he was doing that, I once again just realized how dainty and delicate all of these animals are. An impala, even something as massive as an elephant. Elephants can literally feel when mosquito perches on them. Now, if that's not delicate and sensitive, I don't know what is. But these animals really, really never cease to amaze me. Well, it looks like you are kissing her on her forehead. Mwah. But this is what I was referring to earlier on when I said it's rather quiet in terms of the mammal activity. You can see a lot of them are hunched down. Thank you very much, Impala. Thank you for listening. When it's windy, your animals will lie down, particularly animals that could fall prey easily to a lion or leopard or something like that. For them, it's just easier to conserve that energy because everything is already overwhelming in terms of sights and scents and, of course, noise. And the wind definitely does not help them. So they prefer just lying down, staying in one area. And then that way, by regurgitating their food and saving that energy, should something come out of nowhere now, they do have the necessary energy to actually get away. Hopefully, for their sake. Hello, aren't you just lovely? Now, as soon as we're done looking at him, I will just scan around for another male as well, because if this is his harem, he's fairly small. But again, it's not impossible. With impala harems, it really does not always go according to actual age. It could be dominance as well. Really, like anything in life, it doesn't matter how old or young, big, small, experienced, inexperienced you are. If you are willing and you are able to fight for it, then you definitely deserve it. Just want to have a look at that one female in the back that seems to be by herself, and then we'll come back to these two rams. You never know, perhaps she's got a little one there. Why would you be by yourself? Very odd, that female by herself. As I say, she looks fairly thin though, so I don't think she's still going to give birth. However, she doesn't seem to have a lamb with her either, that I could see. Of course, if the lamb is lying down, I don't know. Or perhaps she's just part of another harem that we cannot see. However, that being said, if we can see her singled out that much, then a predator will definitely do the same. Now, with this harem, of course, we had the younger ram earlier on that I said, I doubt that he's the actual ram that is in charge of this harem. But if you look at these two rams, their horns aren't all that different in terms of actual size. I think the one further back, that we can see the actual face as well, I think that one is a little bit older. You see, now I'm second guessing myself. With impalas, generally you can look at the actual turns or the spirals in the horns. However, that being said, just like anything else, a rhino and elephant, yes, there are average ages and sizes and the actual size of the skull as well. And then, of course, tusks, all of that. But genes are genes. So you could have a really young impala that already has very impressive horns. But when they start to curve like that, generally it's from the age of 6 years old. What are you smelling, beautiful? Alrighty, I will have a look-see around now just to see if we can see anything that they might be smelling. Letabu, you would like to know why are there ridges on the actual horns. So Letabu, I don't know if you've heard of sparring, but sparring happens between animals that need to establish dominance. So you can see it between elephants, zebras, and of course something like an impala or kudu or nyala. Now that is for actual grip, because what they do is they use their actual heads to sort of headbutt each other and push each other around and to, again, display that strength and that power, and by doing that, establishing the dominance. So if it was silky, if you will, or smooth, they would literally just constantly sort of glide off each other. I just want to see, this ram is now also up. Unless they are looking at the lesser spotted Homo sapiens at quarantine, or at the actual camp, sorry. Otherwise, there might actually be something around. So yes, Letabu, I hope that answers your question. That is just for better grip when they are in fact fighting with each other, the males. I'm just going to give it a minute of silence. I also just want to have a listen out for any calls of birds or monkeys or any other antelope. Alrighty, I'm going to try and figure out why the animals are so alert, just to see if I can perhaps see anything around. But I am finally able to send you over to Trishala, who has survived the rain in Kariga.
Hello everybody and welcome to Kariga Game Reserve. It's me, Trishala, and it's been a wet morning, but I'm sure all the animals are very happy about it. I'm sure they might be a little bit tired of it as well. It's been raining quite a bit, and since I've been here there's been a lot of rain, but I suppose it is always welcomed. At the moment it's still very overcast. The threat of rain is imminent, but at least we're out and we're able to enjoy some of nature's finest offerings. The zebra. Look at this fluffy thing. Oh. Just a little bit unhappy with the wind. Maybe it's a little bit cold. Gosh, maybe the wind as well. Anyway, let me send you back over to Lisa, who's having a look at the Okukoyo waterhole.
Trish, let's be honest. If you were that tiny, even if you were that fluffy, would you want to stand in that wind? But glad we got you for a little bit. Just don't blow away, please. I'm still trying to figure out on the Djuma Dam cam what the impalas were alerted by. But of course, we've still got our birdies and our zebras. I'm hoping for some giraffes. But I can't put any more demands out there. Mother Nature has already given us elephants in Juma. And although it was literally for a split second, we can't be picky. We have to appreciate everything she gives us. But what a wonderful day it has been. And as I say, it is becoming a little bit more ominous now in Okukoyo. But I'm hoping that is a guarantee for some rain later today. But the impalas are definitely still a little bit alert at Juma. But as I say, I think it's due to the lesser spotted Homo sapiens that are walking around in camp. I will just, however, keep my ears and eyes glued to the screen as well, whilst I'm watching Okukoyo simultaneously, and just want to see. You never know what else. And it's been interesting, you know, during this time in particular where it's really become so rapidly dry. Most of the animals, when they do approach, apart from the wildebeest and the zebras that come off from the right, like directly right of us, for the most part, the elephants, the rhinos, the giraffes, when they come, they actually come sort of from, I would say 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock from us now, if you're looking at your screen. So basically this tree line that is closest to us and the furthest back tree line. And I really just wish I could put a tracker or a drone or just, what is that, a GoPro on the animals and see where they go. Do they in fact follow the same, specifically your bigger animals, like the rhinos, the elephants? Because remember, those animals are not as resourceful when it comes to their actual diet and their digestive system. So they cannot regurgitate their food. They have to constantly move around whilst they are eating to get as much nutrients as possible. But as we spoke about this morning, you know, that wouldn't of course be. That is just out of my pure curiosity and selfishness. I just want to see absolutely everything that these animals see. Beverly, you would like to know, where do the storks go when they are not here? Do you mean at night? Or do you mean when the season changes? Either way, I can't really tell you. Again, that would require me actually tracking them for the most part. And I say that, Beverly, because there's actually, if you look at these storks in comparison to a lot of other migratory birds, there's not a lot of information on them. There's some, but not as much as you would find with kingfishers and birds of prey and owls and things like that. So for the most part, we know that they migrate east, or more southeast even, into southern Africa. But again, they follow the rain. So we are currently, of course, now in Namibia. Namibia is a country just north of South Africa itself, where our other locations are like Amakhala, Madikwe, Juma, Kariga. But I can't tell you, even at night, I have no idea. And this is a question I ask myself every single day whilst watching these birds. Because as I said, they flock together from different smaller groups of birds. But when they do take off, generally for the most part, you know, they sort of take off together. Here and there will be like a smaller flock left. But it really makes you wonder, do they all flock in one massive tree? Do they all sort of spread out in the tree line and choose different trees? Because like we see here on the left with the leadwood tree, some of them are in a tree. So do they just sort of go into the tree line and they'll form smaller flocks like that? And again, it's so fascinating because it's not a very vocal bird. So how do they decide that? And if they do in fact break up in those smaller flocks, is that like a set group of or set social structure? Or do they sort of traverse around? And again, as I say, I still am very vague about them because there's not a lot of information in terms of their social structures and breeding and all of that. There's some and the basics, but it would be very, very fascinating. And this really is breaking my brain, much like a red-billed quillia. You know, when red-billed quillias are moving around and they are actually migrating and all of that. Yes, they do vocalize and yes, they do talk. But they all talk together, so who listens to who? It literally sounds like thousands of birds shouting or chirping at once. So how do they know? But as I always say, we're not meant to understand and know everything out here. And if you are just joining us, welcome to Escape to Nature and thank you so much for joining us. We are currently in the very dry and arid Okukoyo in Namibia, but as you can see, it's booming in terms of activity. All of these blackbirds are the Abdom storks. We've got the zebras, and it really has been a fairly busy day in Okukoyo. We did try to go live with Trishala for some time, but unfortunately the weather has not been really permitting us to go to any of our other locations. This morning Andrew did show us some ground squirrels, but furthermore we have our hippo, our crocodile, our grey heron at Juma Dam Camp. And other than that, we've also taken a look at just nature, just to spend some time with all of the different sounds and noises and everything. But it really has been, once again, a brilliant day for myself, a humbling day. But remember, we are live, we are interactive, all of this is happening in real time. If you do hear additional voices, those are actual people at the camp watching this in real time and in real life. But as I say, I would love for you to send through your questions, your comments, suggestions. Let me know what you would like me to look for or what you think about the scene that we are watching. Oh, hello butterflies. And remember, if you are watching on the app or on the website, you can register and that way you can send us your questions. Otherwise, if you are following some of our other shows on YouTube, you can always just subscribe and then that way we can notify you of any other things that you might potentially be missing out on. But I think what we can do perhaps, if you like, because I'm not too sure if we'll get Trish back or not. As I say, the weather is a little bit difficult. But for the last half an hour of Escape to Nature, we can do a little bit of an Ask Me Anything. So if there's any questions you have for me that you would like me to answer for you, does not matter how random. I do not mind random. You are more than welcome to send them through. Starbuck, I was just thinking of you when I heard the zebras. I know you mentioned the other day that you tried to explain to your mother the call of a zebra. And yes, these birds, I know you comment on this frequently. It's really, it's really very weird. It's literally a bunch of birds being weird. Because what are they doing? Are they, you know what I always think? Are they thinking about something? Particularly, Shane, with my late Cocker Spaniel, I always wondered, what are you thinking about right now? What do you dream about if you dream? What do you feel right now? And the same with these birds. What are they? Is there like a silent gossip going on? Is it like elephants that can rumble and it's sometimes inaudible to us as well? Or are they just existing? I like to call it Googling, when you are just sort of on autopilot, doing your own thing. I often say to some of the people here at FC, are you Googling? But they really are very random. Yes, Starbuck. Lenny, you would like to know if I've got any plans to come back to the US. Lenny, I would love to. However, that being said, when I was in the US, of course, I was working there as well. So it's a little bit different when you're actually earning in dollars and spending in dollars as opposed to earning South African rand and then having to go over. The difference is just massive. So, but you never know, Lenny. I do have family that actually stay in Austin, Texas. And very funny story. My uncle actually, years ago, he actually won the green card lottery. And eventually, with everything falling into place, they immigrated. And My cousins are both doing very, very well in school. So I do have family in America now. And of course, I've still got a lot of friends in America that used to be guests of mine on Safari previously, actually. But Lenny, to be honest with you, not anytime soon. Not with the exchange rate and the way things are going right now. It's a little bit expensive. But you never know. I would love to. I really would love to. There are so many states that I actually did not get to see. I never went to Chicago. I never went to what's the place? It'll come to me now. Just give me a second. But I know there's 3 states that I was super bummed out about not seeing. And of course, seeing things like the Grand Canyon and things like that. But that being said, a year's only so long. And yes, you have to find a fine balance between work and play. But hopefully, Lenny, hopefully one day I can come and visit all of you. Oh, and Lenny, you are also saying if I like song lyrics, I should check out Jackson Browne. I definitely will. I have heard that name before. I'm actually terrible with names when it comes to music. When it comes to guests and people, I'm brilliant with it, but I cannot for the life of you tell you the title of a song and the title of an artist, which is ironic. I actually have written 2 seasons for a Afrikaans music show, and I had to compile all of the questions and the questionnaires and everything. But Google is a wonderful thing. Luckily, that helped me out a lot. But thank you, Lenny. I definitely will. We've got both things that I asked for. If you pay close attention, we've got a flappity flap elephant coming, as well as a giraffe. How embarrassing would that be if that's not an elephant? Oh no, it is an elephant. I second guessed myself there for a moment or two. How amazing. You see, Mother Nature listens, luister. In Afrikaans, we refer to it as luister. I'm getting so excited, I'm mixing my languages. So, and this is what I was referring to earlier on. This is the game path that all of the big animals use. The giraffes, the elephants, and the rhinos. And a lot of the other animals, the zebras, but in terms of, them frequently coming now. So it's definitely very, very interesting. But it seems like, and I don't want to say this, but it seems like it's that one lone elephant bull. And he's actually my favorite. I know. We are not allowed to have favorites. If you're a wildlife enthusiast, and particularly in one area, and it's like being a parent, you're not allowed to have a favorite. But I mean, let's be honest, we all know there really is subconsciously a favorite. Alrighty, well, I'm going to wait for the elephant to come down, and for now I'm going to see if I can send you back over to Trish. Just make sure she hasn't blown away.
I've managed to move to a spot which is a little less windy for now, and there's some buffalo that are enjoying this spot too. Well, in fact, I was forced to this spot because they had formed a roadblock and really were not going. Yes, you formed the roadblock. Don't look at me like that. And they didn't look like they were going to let me pass at all. So I had to reverse, and then I found this little patch where there was some cover. It's so wonderful that this herd is basically always around this open area. It's just a matter of where in the open area they are. Sometimes they're right in the middle, so it's hard to get to them no matter where you go. But now they're right at the edge of it. They all seem to be moving to join the others way off on the other side. Let me show you. A buffalo would absolutely love the wet weather. They're so water dependent, and they'll still need large bodies of water to really cool down their bodies and also have a good drink. But this really damp, overcast weather is ideal for them. It means that they can get up and move and feed as long as they like. They're not going to get overheated too easily. Now almost everyone has moved across. There's two little calves on this side. Hello, littles. They're quite nice and fluffy. If you look at the adult that's with this calf at the back, you can see that it's very muddy. Because they've been spending a lot of time in the mud right now, which again is another reason that they're really going to enjoy the rain. It's going to fill up all those puddles and basically make mud wallowing available anywhere. And buffalo mud wallowing is really important for their thermoregulation, keep them nice and cool, also pulls off parasites once the mud hardens and dries and falls off. But it's also an important thing when it comes to the creation of pans, natural pans. It starts off with a hole in the road that fills up with a bit of water, then maybe a warthog goes and rolls around in that water. Then maybe a baby buffalo, then a larger buffalo, and eventually you get quite a large pan that can accommodate an adult buffalo, and then it moves around a lot, couple adult buffaloes, maybe some Duggar boys, they'll really enjoy a pan like that. And then eventually some elephants might even be able to use what once was a little pothole on the road. And before you know it, after repeated use, you end up with a natural pan. It's one of the ways in which the animals in an environment really do architect the space. Now you might notice that it seems that it's only the bottom half that is very muddy. And that's because the pans here are quite shallow, so they would have only gotten to sit in them, and then only the bottom halves are coated in that smooth mud. There's one more buff that's a little bit close to us, and we can have a nice look at it. Yes, you. Hello. So just where it's standing, just behind it, it's kind of out of our view because it's obviously towards the bottom, is a pan, and that's the pan they've been sitting in. You can see its fur is all wet at the top. That's from the rain. Oh, it looks like somebody got left behind. You better join the other members quickly. This one came running from the other side. This is quite a young buff. Go on, join your mum.
At Wild Earth, we are dedicated to bringing kids into the wild on our live, free, interactive safaris. Many of you will remember that we used to do this on a daily basis prior to the pandemic. But now, courtesy of our Wild Earth Explorers, we're aiming to take schools back into nature permanently. We'd like to extend an extremely heartfelt thanks to our Wild Earth Explorers who have helped us touch the lives of so many children.
So Doga boys are bulls that at one point would have been really strong, dominant bulls within the herd. And remember that a buffalo herd, there's not a lot of dispersal that's going on. They're staying together for the most part, although they have loose herds within the main herd. So there'll be the breeding portion of the herd, and then there's the bachelor herd, but they're all moving together. So at one point, this bull may have been really dominant within the herd, but now he's been pushed out. And actually pushed out is not the right word. He's being left behind a little bit. But remember that I'm only making this assumption based on the fact that he's hanging out in the fringes, because he doesn't actually look very, very old. When they get old, you see patches of baldness along their body where they've lost lots of fur. And especially around the eyes. Off they go. Now they've all kind of moved away now, but this is going to give you a nice idea of what's going on with the light right now. It's very, very dull. At least the wind is not too bad. There were some patches of sunshine, but they seem to have disappeared. I see a kudu way down at the bottom there towards the left. Ah, hi Sunshine D. I wish that you were here to bring some sunshine and vitamin D. You would like to know, at what age are these horns fully developed? Well, around 5 or 6, they'll really have the good shape, but they'll continue to grow after that. But they're fully developed by that age. But with the males, they will continue to grow. And some males will have massive horns, maybe even 1 meter across. So that's pretty huge. But for all intents and purposes, by about 6, the horns are fully developed. They're going to keep that shape. But remember that boss in the middle, that's going to still grow, because that's just a bony shield. So there's layers of bony bits that are being deposited onto the boss. That's the part where the horns meet. And that will continue to develop. With females, it's quite obvious they don't have the boss in the middle. Now everyone is very well hidden, so I'm struggling to find which one to give you a closer look at. Maybe these ones down here. Look at how vivid the greens are. I love when it's been raining and the greens get this beautiful color. And I'm actually so glad to be out today. I was quite disappointed when the rain came along, because this is my last day. I'll be going back home tomorrow morning, so I wanted to come out. So I'm glad that the rain stopped for now. Anyway, let me send you back over to Lisa at Okokoyo. One of her favorite animals have come down to the pan.
Thank you, Trish. And if I don't talk to you again, safe travels. It really has been so much fun working with you. You are always a treat, and the viewers love you too. As you can see, all of the giraffes have now showed up. And our Ellie is finally enjoying the wartime. Sorry you missed it. It was quite hilarious when it chased away the storks to actually come through them to get into the water. But it has been a humbling day, and we are having a brilliant ending with some buffaloes, elephants, and giraffe. Of course, these black things are not buffaloes. These are the storks. I meant the buffalo with Trish. But thank you so much once again, as always, for joining us today. And thank you for your questions and your interest and your comments. It really is so special to know that we all have this one thing in common, and that is our love and our interest and our passion for all of these creatures that we get to observe every single day. But I hope you'll join us again tomorrow. Same time, same place for Escape to Nature. You will have Mr. Alex with you tomorrow, but then I will be in again Thursday. But I really hope you get to see some wonderful things tomorrow on the Djuma Dam Cam as well as Okokoyo. But as always, thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you for spending your time with us. We hope you will stay tuned for some more nature therapy after this. And then, of course, this afternoon we'll have Sunset Safari. So please make sure you do not miss out. Once again, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to our directors and our tech team, Trishala, Andrew, for joining us on Escape to Nature. And from myself to all of you amazing viewers, thank you so much. And thank you for feeling the way we do about animals. I hope you all have a wonderful Tuesday. And yes, I will definitely see you again Thursday, if not this afternoon, for Sunset Safari. Have a beautiful day, and remember that we love and appreciate all of you so much.